confidence, yeah? And when you are insecure, then you
Can you hear me?
Hi, Mike. Hello.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can see the person. Yeah.
I did even see you for a moment.
Oh, how about now? Hi. Good. Great to be in this point.
Okay, we're starting in an hour or something like this, but I'm keeping this session for our participants.
Yeah. So I think that everything seems to be in good position now, so that.
That's my fellow teacher. Continue.
I have two problems at the moment. One is that I did not receive a video, a link from Ed. He said he shared something via Dropbox to you and to me.
You mean that
the Plenary talk?
I managed
Edward.
Yeah, Edward. It's not in Dropbox, but it's some other application. But I managed to download the presentation.
We also have a presentation from Vlad Murisan, and he also shared through some strange cloud platform. I saw it first time,
yeah.
But I was able to download his video without any sound. It's not okay, but I wrote him that yes, he has some excuse.
Yeah,
he has excuse, but I asked him maybe to reload the video with sound, and I will replace this video with a better version, maybe.
Yeah,
so it's not reason to to kick off his presentation. I think.
Yeah.
That
he mentioned about this
okay.
problem. He said that he lost the soundtrack when converting the recording to MP4, but I'm sure that he can fix it.
He could send an initial video in some.
That's also possible,
and
yeah.
we could convert it by ourselves. So
yeah.
Okay, let's try.
Yeah.
But with Edward, no, I can't see. And I just wrote him. Maybe he will share the direct link for me to download. It's nice you have this video, but it's better also for me to have this video.
Yes, definitely.
To test, verify quality, and to try to in Zoom.
I just think that is it okay if I send it you to this CPES 2022 email address?
That's okay.
I can do that.
That's okay.
Immediately.
I believe that Gmail will connect the link of bulk video, and I can download it during some period of time. That's okay. So let's not rely on on Edward, and please share.
Yeah.
And there are
please say me the. I don't remember the email address. Was it CPES 2022 Gmail.com?
No. IFAC. So you can send it
IFAC
to my email.
Well, now this is ifac.cps2022 gmail.com.
Yes, that's right. And we also have another problem with Mr. Matsu. We connected him, that's okay, and he's a very responsive and responsible person. And it was just a misconnection with his corporate email. Yes, I sent him an email, but he did not receive it, and I did not receive some notification that not delivered notification. So Professor Mori connected us, and I registered him to our conference, and he received this email to his Outlook account, but he cannot see the conference page because he's using Microsoft Edge browser. And it's a big problem because I tried to connect to our web application using Edge, and I met the same problem. I encountered the blank screen. So if you have a Microsoft Edge on your PC, yes, you can try to copy the URL of our online platform to Edge. So try to open it, because I think that I wonder that Imatsu and me were the only two persons who met this problem, because nobody else was wondering with Edge.
Yeah. I tried to send a video, but it said that it's too big. It's 87 megabytes, and it said that
it's not. So you're using your corporate email. Yes, you're trying to send an email to me from your corporate email. So corporate email servers, they can notice this connection with cloud. So you can try to use, maybe you have a Gmail account.
Yeah, I have, yeah. I put it.
So you enter the client and you are sending me the file, the big file, and it automatically moves it to the cloud, and I receive. So back to Imatsu. It's a big problem because officially, actually, Conference Compass is compatible with Edge. But I see the problem, and I can't help Imatsu. I can only recommend him using another browser, connect to using the mobile app, which is not good. Yes, we'd better have compatibility with his browser, which is claimed. But I could not even imagine this compatibility. I did not try to connect using different browsers. So I don't know what to do. I'll try to find a solution. At least we will inform our peers in Conference Compass team. To solve it. And the sad news is also that the Internet Explorer, they support on the Edge now, so we cannot connect. But maybe it's the same problem. I also tried to connect using Internet Explorer, and I see the same problem, the blank screen. Do you have Edge on your PC?
I have, yeah. But
could you please try to copy the URL?
Yeah, I just
explain what you see.
Yeah,
is it a blank screen or what?
Yeah, now I sent that video, and now I try to test that conference app. So just copy this URL and trying with. Well, actually, I am logged in Edge.
So
I am.
initially you connected using Edge.
Yeah.
That's strange thing. And
yeah.
You have Windows, okay?
Yes.
Windows.
Yes. Windows 10.
Windows 10, I believe.
Yeah.
That's strange. The same configuration. And I have the Microsoft laptop called Surface. It should be 100% compatible with everything, but I cannot guess. So strange thing. So I'll try to manage that. Manage at least we will report. And I also send them also the direct connection and connect to plenary session using Zoom. Okay, so at least we have a plan B for him. Not as beautiful as I planned, but workable. So okay, we also have a translation on YouTube, and in several minutes it will be available at the homepage of our application.
Yeah.
So everybody will see the plenary session immediately after login. Will be able to connect. Okay. And even from our website, you can see the link to our YouTube session. Is also available here. So the only thing we have not are attendees in our plenary session, only 2 of them. But I saw Peter, he is online. He is in the application. We had conversation with him. He is ready to connect.
Okay, great. Maria Ilic, not yet.
But he answered immediately.
Okay, great.
The first visitor, Sergey Barsegov. Sergey, hello. Nice to see you.
Yeah, hello.
Sergey is our colleague from Skoltech University. And let me introduce Yush. He's the chair of our international program committee. And you are the first attendee to visit. Yes, that's great. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for introduction. It's not a good thing that I'm the only one.
And it's 1 more hour to the beginning, yes.
Okay, so now you're just testing the system or what?
So we're just having a chat and
Yeah.
meeting the early birds like you.
Okay, because I connected just to check whether it works or not properly.
It works. It definitely works. Yeah. And you are free to connect at any time. We start in an hour. And welcome at the opening ceremony at Plenary Talks.
Okay, then I'm leaving now and we'll connect in an hour.
Bye, see you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
So I will leave you. for the moment
Yeah.
to have some quick lunch.
Yes, do that.
Before it starts. So
Yeah, I will also.
so
log out.
what I wanted to show you is do we have it's in 1 minute. In 1 minute we should see the update. You should see some pop-up message in your application, and after you press it, you'll see the new piece of news.
Should I update the program?
No, I believe it all should be made automatically. It's a nice system. It's a nice system. I love it very much. So let's wait for 1 more minute, and we can be free for some moment. Okay, we should do it manually, but if you update your page, you will see your face. And so let's return to our participants in half an hour, maybe.
Okay.
I hope that we'll see Maria on time, because she's our only problem now, urgent problem. Okay, see you. Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah. Okay, bye.
Hello? Hi, Sal. Margarita, welcome. Margarita, could you please rename yourself using English letters?
Here we are again.
Hello, can I hear myself speaking?
Yes, hi Peter.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Fine as well.
Good, very good, very good. Can hear you loud and clearly.
Good, good. I actually thought I was in test mode on the microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not. It's good. Anyway.
Yeah, it's something about 10-15 minutes for this opening session, and then the stage is yours.
Perfect.
Good morning.
Good morning, Maria.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Oh, it's a little early here.
What's the time there?
Just 7 a.m.
Ooh. Oh.
It's okay. I got my my tea and my lemonade, and I'm going.
Okay. Here in Finland, it's 2:00 p.m. now.
Yeah. So it's nice for you.
Yeah, it's.
How is the meeting going? Okay.
Let's see. How does it go? But so far, I think that everything seems to be in good condition, and let's hope that all those net connections will be working and so on. It's always a little bit question with this kind of arrangements, but let's see what happens. So far, it looks good.
Great. Thank you for putting all that together. So I am going to try to see if I can share the screen. And
yes.
I'm stopping my presentation now, and you will be able to start yours.
Okay. Let me see.
Okay. You're welcome.
Let me see now. It's still not letting me. Just a minute. Oh. It will do now. Okay.
Yes.
Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, perfectly.
All right. Great. All right. Just that is. So I was going to record myself, but if you are recording, can you just give me the recording?
Yes, we have broadcasting to YouTube, and it is
All
automatically
right, so
recorded. I can share the recording for you later.
That would be tremendous. Thank you so much. Okay.
And if you will like, we could share this recording also to IFAC, maybe for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
To share it on their channel. They have YouTube channel.
That's good. If you could send me a little bit of that information, that would be nice, so that I put on our group meeting, so people can see. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to ask also, should I target 45 minutes or a little longer?
Well, I think that we are quite flexible because there is nothing fixed after your presentation.
Okay.
So that.
Okay, please just warn me. Oops, you cannot share start screen. Okay.
Oh, so okay, we tested. Okay, we tested your screen, and then we're back to the opening ceremony. So I stopped your broadcasting.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Mike, how many of us are already online?
It looks like
17.
17. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Professor Mori.
Good morning.
Good afternoon or evening.
Sorry, good afternoon, good evening. Yes. Yeah.
Great.
And also 3 of us are looking at the broadcasting. Use YouTube to see the same session.
Okay, but shall we start?
Sure.
All right, dear colleagues, friends, finally it's time to open the 11th Symposium on Control of Power and Energy Systems. The road to this point has been very difficult. Hosting of the symposium was granted to the Institute of Control Sciences of Russian Academy of Sciences and Russian IFAC National Member Organization in December 2019. The original symposium date was June 2021, but as we all remember, the COVID pandemic starts to spread in the beginning of 2020, and it was infecting people all over the world the next 2 years. That's why we decided in January 2021 to postpone our symposium by 1 year to be organized in June 2022 as a conventional face-to-face event in Moscow. Everything seemed to be okay until February 2022, when the world politics confused our plans again. The Ukrainian war and sanctions against Russia forced us to change our plans again. However, we decided that we will not postpone the original symposium date, but we will reorganize the symposium and arrange it in a reduced format, online event based on pre-recorded material available from the conference platform. We thought that the most important thing is that all the papers prepared and evaluated for the symposium should be presented and published so that the authors will be able to get their merits about their works. Now we are opening the first of its kind IFAC event, officially hosted by the IFAC organization. There is not any national member organization hosting the event, which is the normal way in IFAC events. So we are making a history. I want to show great thanks about this possibility to IFAC Secretariat, who makes this arrangement possible. The symposium is arranged online. The plenary sessions are arranged as live sessions, but all other sessions are arranged based on pre-recorded presentations available from the conference platform. We came to this arrangement because in online events, the time zone problem makes it difficult to arrange live sessions when participants come from all over the world. In this symposium, we have participants from 20 different countries, including Asia, Europe, North, Middle, and South Americas. Themes of our symposium are very topical. Most of the papers deal with renewable energy from different points of view, from the operation of individual renewable generation systems to system integration, how to integrate variable renewable generation into the existing power systems. As we have heard in recent news, global warming is speeding up, and exceptionally high temperatures at this time of the year have been measured all over the world. Energy production is one of the biggest greenhouse gas producer, so all new innovations and applications in the energy sector are needed to mitigate this warming process. And our TC is in a very important role in this work. So we are doing a very important work. In this symposium, we have 95 papers in regular and invited sessions and 5 plenary presentations. The topics of the plenary presentations focus on renewable energy production and operation of power systems with high share of variable renewable generation. The topics are about wind power generation, future trends in power system structures and operation, energy storages as a part of the flexible power system, electric vehicles as a part of the power system, and the role of hydrogen and power-to-X products in future energy systems. Our program consists of 16 sessions in 3 parallel tracks. All the regular and invited sessions are pre-recorded video sessions, which you can access at any time convenient for you. Only the plenary sessions are live real-time sessions. There is also virtual social meeting areas available where you can meet with each other and share ideas and make contacts. Next, Professor Mike Kupko will shortly present you this virtual platform and its main functionalities. Mike has done an excellent job by setting up this virtual environment in a very short time. He has also taken care of the PaperCept conference management system used for managing the review process of the conference papers. So I want to say special thanks to him about this massive effort he has done for our symposium. On my side, as a chair of the International Program Committee and Technical Committee 6.3 Power and Energy Systems, I warmly welcome you all to this event's 11th Symposium on Control of Power and Energy Systems. I hope that you will find many interesting papers and discussions from the program. Now I leave the screen to Mike, and after his short introduction to the conference platform, we will immediately continue with today's plenary presentations. So Mike, please take the screen. Are you muted, Mike?
Yes.
Oops, sorry. So thank you very much, Yuri. I'd like to introduce the main functions of the virtual conference management system we're using. It's official IFAC conference system, so we'll see these screens many times, and it's better to know very well how to move there. So as far as I see you at this session, I assume that you successfully connected to the system, and you should see the screen like that. This is the home page with the main functions available. So the news feed on the right hand and the program on the left, top left corner are the main things you need. So program, if you click here, all functions also available through the left menu. It opens in many different ways, horizontal view or maybe more compact list view. And you see what you see here is the program for today. And you see the timeline, this blue vertical line, it shows where we are. And you can select any day of our event to see the program for this day. Let's come back to the current day. You see the opening ceremony here and several plenary talks arranged in the plenary track horizontally. And you also see 3 thematic tracks with regular and invited sessions. We divided all sessions into 3 tracks, the so-called cyber track, which collects papers on artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, information system applications to power and energy system. We have this year we have many papers about optimization aspects of control in power and energy system, and we arranged them into separate optimization track. And as usual, there are many papers that touch technology questions. So they're about specific aspects of heat, power stations, storages, power electronics, and other technological aspects. And so you can find these sessions under this track. So the main functions here, there are 2 of them. For live sessions, we have our in our plenary track. You can click on every session and see the content. So the first talk by Peter in several minutes, and we see annotation here, and the main button is enter virtual room, which in fact will open this Zoom session. So we're already in, so we need not do it now, but every time you want to connect to the plenary track, you enter virtual room. And also you can see the biography and the abstract of plenary speaker and plenary talk. A little bit different is the regular or invited session. Here we see the schedule. The schedule collects all the papers. There are typically from 3 to 6 of them in every session. You can click on every paper to see the full text PDF of this contribution, and you can see the pre-recorded video with the presentation. It is very important to note that we have no live, regular, or invited sessions. All presentations are pre-recorded, and you are free to join anytime you want, because it is difficult to collect all the participants from Tokyo to Austin in one time. So you can connect anytime and see video. You can also
one question, Mike, sorry.
Yes, please.
How long those presentations are available? How long this site will be open?
Anytime you want.
Okay.
They are downloaded to YouTube, so they, as soon as Google exists, we have these presentations, but they are accessible only through private link. So from this system, you can download, you can open the link at YouTube and to see it. But I think that this system will be available for about a month after the event. So it is also important to note two functions under interactivity tab. The first is evaluate paper. So you can evaluate every paper which you like or maybe don't like. You answer just one question with 5 options. And we'll see the results of voting, and the organizing committee and the program committee will take into account the results of this evaluation when selecting for the best paper. And we'll announce the best paper during the closing ceremony. And also, you can ask questions to authors of every paper. Also under interactivity tab, you can start conversation. So you just start the chat. You can ask questions, you can discuss the presentation and so on. So I would be happy if you use these interactivity options and enjoy them. We also have a so-called virtual welcome party and open discussion party under the plenary track. So during all day after our plenary talks, you can connect using the same Zoom link, and you can find your colleagues here and to discuss everything you want. We have several so-called session rooms, parallel session rooms here, and so you can come there and talk with your colleagues, not to so privately, or more or less privately. Also, we reserved several time slots for every regular and invited session. It is not expected that you will do your presentations here, but you can meet and discuss. You can ask questions in Zoom if you did not take part in some chat, yes, using interactivity conversation. So you can meet online and ask questions orally. That's how the things work. If you have some questions about the functions of the system, you can ask now, and you are free to communicate by email. And also at any time, I will be available here in the main plenary track Zoom. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike, very much of your introduction of this, our platform. And now we will continue in our program and we will start our plenary sessions. So welcome to the first plenary session, and the title of our first plenary presentation is Future Wind Energy Technology Trends and Their Impacts on the Energy System. And this presentation will be given us by Dr. Peter Vogt-Odgaard. I have known Peter for years and know that he is an exceptional expert of this area, having both strong theoretical and practical knowledge about wind power generation from many different viewpoints, including generation technology itself, control of wind power generation, fault diagnosis and fault accommodation, monitoring the operation of wind parks, among other things. Peter is a senior control engineer at Cold Wind Energy. He received his master degree in 2001 and doctoral degree in 2004 from Aalborg University, Denmark. And he was a research assistant professor at Aalborg University from 2004 to 2006 was control specialist at KK Electronic Company from 2007 to 2013, associate professor at Aalborg University from 2013 to 2016, and control engineer at Vestas Wind System in 2000. And in 2016, joined to Goldwind in his current position he is now. His area of interest and focus has been wind turbine and wind farm control, monitoring and fault accommodation, model predictive control, and he serves as an associate editor of Control Engineering Practice and IEEE Transaction on Control Systems Technology. So Peter, please be warmly welcomed, and the scene is yours.
Thank you. Hear you. Just trying to share my screen.
Yeah, welcome.
So it comes. Okay.
Yes, we see
Yeah.
the presentation. Thank you.
Good, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to being able to give this plenary talk. It's a pleasure to do that. And what I want to do is to try to give you some insights into what's going on in the industry, wind industry, and see how it can actually impact the future of the energy system and power systems. I think we all know that things are changing, and everything is basically changing when we're talking about these future energy system and grids systems and whatever we're looking into. And we have a tendency to expect that everything else is as normally is, and we are the only people actually working on new things in that. First of all, I'll just spend a few minutes on presenting who Goldwind, what the company Goldwind is, and then I will give you some insight on what's going on in terms of major technology trends in the industry on a broad level, high level, and also how it actually impacts on the turbine owner and operators' business models. Because I think we can do a lot of things, but in the end, somebody, as the power systems are built today, it is based on a market-built structure. So the operators and owners of the production facilities need to make a business out of it. So you can see that possibilities in technology, they has also been transferred into the business model, and also the way around that there's a business model requiring new technology, you can say. So there's a link here which is quite important. Something which I really realized joining the business from academia. And secondly, these changes in business model and also technology, they impact the power grid. What future wind farms and how they will impact the future power grid or energy system. And then do a final loop on the actual wind turbine control and certification of it, which also linking back to these potential changes in technology and business models. So this talk will not be very technical. I just tried to give some overview insights into it. So Goldwind, it is a Chinese-based company, one of the world leading manufacturers. For all the years I've been working at Goldwind, we've been in the top 3 of the biggest manufacturers in the world based on the produced and installed megawatt capacity, which is the normal way of comparing that. Last year, we were the second largest in the world. And Goldwind was established in 1985. It's a company with our headquarters is in Beijing, and it was originating for Urumqi in Inner Mongolia, where we still have some facilities there, but mainly it's in Beijing and also some middle part of China, where we have some research facilities in China and a number of factories in China as well. Then there is a number of international offices. We have one here in Denmark, near Aarhus, where we have the European R&D Center. And we also have some colleagues in the US and other places in the world. And we have a small group of experts from different areas within the wind turbine industry, which are working on different projects on wind turbines from the Danish office. So there's now I'd like to point attention to some of the trends in the industry. The general trend, as you probably noticed, is that turbines are getting larger and larger. In a way, it's driven by the fact that power are scaling to the cube of the rotor radius. So putting a meter more in the blades means slightly more power produced, potential at least, which also means higher loads and thereby larger structures. So the point is that we see a lot of like growing turbines here, and in a way, the size is limited based on supply chains. How large generators can you build? How large blades can you blade and transport them and install them as well? Especially when you're talking about offshore, you need to transport the blades and other components out on sea, and then also install them using water-based or sea-based lifting facilities. And now we're talking about turbines where we have rotor diameters, rotor radius is more than 100 meters. So this also means that the tower is at least a bit more than 100 meters, and you have to lift really heavy components up to that height and install them on sea. So you need to work in some kind of calm conditions, which can also be a problem. So there is a lot of you say limitation on this setup, and it's a bit like you see now that the supply chain is somehow limiting this search for high energy and efficiency of your turbines. In the industry, we are working a lot with the concept of cost of energy. And basically, you can say that when we make the turbine larger, we produce more energy, with of course using more materials, and that is the balance you need to do. But until now, it's been worthwhile to go on this curve where you're basically just increasing your power production by increasing the turbine sizes, both in terms of megawatts and also in terms of rotor diameters. And also to some extent in increasing tower heights, because the further you get away from the ground surface, you get more power, like potential wind out as the wind shear is dropping off further away you get from the ground surface. On the other hand, you can say that as we are working in the market where it's a matter of just building larger and larger turbines, we're not really optimizing existing turbines and do optimization cost out of those, and actually using this economy of scale where you have a mass production of a certain product and thereby learning of all the problems in it and improving on those. We don't really see that. You might build a series of turbine and learn something from it, but then you go next to the next turbine, which are larger or different. And even though they are similar, it's not the same. There's been different trade-off between different aspects in the optimization process. In one turbine, it's maybe the tower, which is the bottleneck, and the other one is the pit system, the generator, for example. And then you see different problems, and you see different issues also in terms of the fault characteristics of the turbines. And therefore, you don't really get this kind of mass production now. In roughly speaking, you can say what we do in the industry is producing a lot of series, and then we go on to the next one. And the side effect of building larger and larger turbine is also that the number of turbines you need to produce to build a wind farm of 100, 200, 500 megawatt is lower, and thereby you also reduce the number of turbines built in total. So that actually is an interesting thing, and you can say that in a way we want to do both at the same time, but the market trends are going towards bigger and bigger turbines. So I think it's in a way it's worthwhile to ask this question if it's feasible route to take, just to continue increasing turbine sizes. But it's maybe not the industry which is actually answering that question in a way, because we are driven by other things, you can say. Currently, we are saying that turbine being tested and also I think marketing for different companies where we have rotors diameters, like rotor radius is more than 100 meters, the 200 meter more to maybe 230 to 50, I think I've seen. In rotor diameters and rated powers between 15 and 18 megawatt. But at the same time, the biggest turbine you see actually being really produced and manufactured and installed now is just below 10 megawatt. So it's a huge increase in size as we're seeing at the moment. And there might be some risk which are actually not really understood. From a control engineering point of view, I think it's really interesting what is going on here, because as the structure is going larger and larger, a lot of those structural icon frequency you have a different part of this turbine structure. They are getting lower and lower, getting closer and closer together, and also getting squeezed into the region, frequency region where we're actually doing the power and speed control, controlling the power produced on the turbine. And this is quite important because when we are, in a way, you say, try to avoid exciting those frequencies, because that's basically damaging these different components. And as I'll mention a bit later, the wind turbines control design is actually a way of balancing power production, of optimizing power production while keeping the structural loadings below a certain design level, or in the case of a new design, trying to get them as low as possible. So, so I think that's actually interesting from a control engineering point of view. But from a like industry point of view, economic point of view, it may be not such a good idea unless that we as a control community are able to deal with those problems. So again, you can say the question is when the industry would actually start to reduce the turbine cost by optimizing and to industrialize the existing platforms instead of just building bigger ones. An alternative thing, which is also going on to some extent, is that it's been trying to modularize parts of the turbines. So, for example, you build a generator not by having one big generator, by a number of modules which you can put together to different generator sizes. So you would, in principle, have the same kind of module. Therefore, you produce a number of those instead of having just one generator built. It's also easier when we're talking about transportation and installation on large offshore wind turbines, that you have smaller components you need to lift up and not necessarily a big generator. Also, when the turbine is in operation and you need to change some parts of it, for example. So what happens now also when we get improvements of components like improved technologies, they're not necessarily used for lowering the cost for a given turbine platform. They're typically just used to make turbines larger, you can say. They're just technology put into the new version of turbine which are larger. Of course, also some of these better components might be used on older platforms, but then you can do a new design in a way because it's different. And that's like an example here is like if we do a new load reducing control feature, that's typically also used to reduce the rotor size and increase the rotor size power rating instead of trying to cost down on existing turbines, make them cheaper using less steel for the existing one because already made. It also, to some extent, built with the certification process, which are normally made on a single turbine design, without get a bit integrated. You can also say another aspect again is the type of turbines we are seeing. Like the typical one is this 3 blades upwind turbine, where we have one rotor nacelle on one support structure, one tower. It might not be the optimal solution as such. You might, in theory, could find other solutions which are similar good in a way, maybe with different trade-offs. For example, downwind turbines has been discussed a lot in literature, at least, because they have some advantages, but also some disadvantages. But the thing is that, like in the industry, we know so much about this 3-blade upwind turbine, and all our simulation tools, which are a heavy part of the certification and design process, is all in a way built and especially verified on these current 3-blade upwind turbines. So it becomes a bit difficult to go to other platforms. Another way of thinking, like approach, could be to use some of the multi-rotor approaches which you've seen in the industry, where we have seen different aspects with a number of rotors on one support structure. And the whole point of that is that then you can build, for example, a 10 megawatt with 4 2.5 megawatt turbines or 2 5 megawatt turbines, and thereby go back and use rotor nacelle units which can be produced in a high number of higher numbers, and also in principle use less smaller lifting equipment for setting up these turbines. But again, it's a new way of doing this. It's a new structure. There's uncertainties in that as well. So the question is if the market would go with that, or what's going to happen on those ideas. There also been other turbines. We have seen once in a while these 2 blades turbines popping up, but they are more problematic to deal with in terms of structural loadings, because it's not as balanced as a 3-blade rotor. As you clearly understand that there's difference if you have the blades up pointing up down instead of side side, when you have a wind speed which are varying from the bottom of the rotor field to the top of the rotor field. So therefore, it's the loading, structural loadings on the turbine is more varying on a 2-blade turbine, leading to some problems, which at least from a starting point of view is more complicated to deal with and costly to deal with. So it's kind of trailing the 3-blade solution from the beginning. Another interesting thing is, and which is also going on a lot in academia, is with respect to wind farm layouts, control, optimization. And I try to illustrate this drawing here with a wind farm, where we have a number of wind turbines seen from above, looking down at it. This is like, for example, the dominant wind direction. And let us say that these turbines here in the wake of these in front, they are heavily hit by wakes, which means that the winds is changing. Like the turbines in front of them are like influencing the wind speed, and the wind hitting those turbines here. And it means that the mean wind speed will drop, and also the turbulence level would increase, meaning that there will be larger variation in the wind speed. It's such that you say that normally you say if the distance between turbines are more than 8 rotor diameters, the influence in terms of weight is less. But there can be some scenarios where you need to be close to other turbines anyway, due to simple size limitations of the wind farm. The shaping, if you optimize in accordance to dominant wind direction, you might come in cases where you get another wind direction which is less optimized, and therefore some of the turbines will be in a weak position. So typically those wind farms are optimized in the layouts in terms of cost of infrastructure, for example, cabling costs, generalized AP, loading on the turbines, and thereby also the impact on the maintenance, how much additional cost it will give to maintain those turbines, for example. And then to some extent, this optimization also includes that you might operate with different turbines. There were really different designs in different parts of the wind farm. Because if you have a large farm, you would potentially see that the mean wind speed are much slower, and at the end of it, there you might be using turbines which are better for low wind speed conditions than the high wind speed turbines in the beginning of it. On the other hand, you can also look into the lifetime optimization of the wind farm. Say, in principle, we could see, and I think that's something we're going to see in the future, is that such turbine down here, it might be an idea just to design them to actually not being as being able to withstand as much loading as the one turbines here. So basically, you'll see that those are actually not designed to run the full lifetime, like full time of the project. So maybe they're only designed to run 50% of the time, because then you basically only operate them in special conditions where, for example, the energy prices are high or the wind climate are good, so we're not seeing so much structural loading on those turbines. In the same time, you can also see that control on the wind farm level would be much more used to control the structural loadings on the turbine. So again, the control will play a big level part of this, both on the wind farm level, with a kind of a high level control, and also on a single turbine control level. You can say the high level control on the wind farm is, in a way, it's finding the optimal way of distributing the power references to each turbine in order to fulfill the set requirement to the wind farm or power plant. So previously, I also mentioned this concept of levelized cost of energy, and it's you can say it's a basic concept of the capital cost and the operating cost divided by the produced energy. So I wrote AP, meaning annual energy production here, but it's actually not correct. It's the full lifetime produced energy of the project. And the cost elements is the CAPEX, which is the capital cost, basically how much it costs to buy the turbine and install it. And then the operating cost, which are all the costs corresponding to operating the turbine. And then this is computed over a 25 years lifetime. And if you use that model, you would say that producing like megawatt hour on a turbine is the same whatever conditions we are operating in. If it's smooth weather, or if it's highly turbulent weather, or it's a gust with changes in wind speed direction as well, it's the same. But we all know that's not correct, because different wind scenarios are damaging the wind turbine structure in different ways. And more severe weather is typically more hardened structure than smooth weather. So in a way, you can say that it's maybe not worthwhile producing the energy if the prices are too low. On the other hand, if the energy prices are high, it might be worthwhile producing, even though that you're actually using fractional wise more lifetime of the turbine and the time spent. So this actually comes into the business models, because that's something we can do. There's no technical problems in doing this kind of optimizations. There might be something about how good we can make predicting of lifetime consumption of turbines on the fly, but something at least we can do, and at least it's not as it's good as what is done now, where you basically just compute the expected lifetime of the project, and then hope it's in principle it stands the full lifetime of the project. So the point here is that the cost of producing energy from a wind turbine unit is not given by the cost of the LCOE as such, as it would be depending on the operational conditions. And actually, it will impact both on the OPEX and the CAPEX, and in a way also produced energy. Because the more structural damage you see on a turbine, the more principal cost of CAPEX, because they will require more repairs and components which can be replaced. And for the components which you don't replace, like the tower, you need to put them up in front if you are planning to see more damage on the turbine. So therefore, you need to build a stronger tower in principle, you can say, which costs more money, which has to be put down. And then also the financial models and business models of the wind farm might also depend on what interest levels, inflation levels which are seen, how much focus the operator and owner has on cash flow, for example. All aspects which are in today's situations actually important. And if you just look at this like normal condition where more steady inflation level and interest level, there's still a benefit of producing power in the beginning of a project, because then this money you make in the beginning, which are cut down of the debts in the project, and also generate cash flow which can be reinvested, etc. So in principle, money in the beginning of the project is more worth than in the end of the project, you can say. So there is also methods where you basically power boost in the beginning and de-rating in the end of a lifetime of the project. It also means that it makes sense in a way to an operator to produce more energy when the energy prices are high, and it's potential also when expenses are low, you can say. And in a way, you can say this is also what is actually meant by having a market-based energy system, is that we have the market to balance out the production and consumption levels. So I think actually, if you look at it, you would say that it's that kind of expected that the wind turbine operators and owners will start to act as rational agents in the markets and do like that. But they come with some problems in doing that. One of the things are wind speed estimation. Because I tried to illustrate this drawing here, this rough drawing where you see this kind of uncertainty bound on the wind speed. And the further we get out in the future, the more uncertain the wind speed estimation is. There's a lot of research going on in this area. I'm not an expert in it, and then typically they get a benefit in the weather forecasts. It's not such like if your forecast is saying in 2 hours it will not be rain, or the wind would be 50 meters per second and 2 meters per second. You don't really know if it's entirely true, because it's an uncertain process you're looking into, trying to predict. So it's not so easy, and therefore it also brings into again to the business model. That there is some uncertainty when you try to predict what's going to happen, especially in the near future. I think what you will see is that we see some business model which has aspects of turbine type and lifetime selection, operation condition cost models where we are producing energy when the energy prices are high, while actually cost of operation are low, or at least lower, and also need to in a way deal with this uncertainty of the wind speed, because that brings in an uncertainty on the cost, and especially also if you're promising to deliver a certain megawatts from a wind farm, and then the wind is blowing less, then you have the cost of replacing this energy which you're not producing. So it's in a way it points in a direction where we need more flexible and new business model for wind turbines. This is also impacting the power exchange. We would be probably looking to that you're looking more into the return on investments and like as I said before, producing more power in the beginning of a project or when the high energy prices are high, and then derating or shut off turbines when the prices are low. In a way, responding to the market conditions, you can say. It also means that it potentially makes sense to look into different hybrid systems where wind is in a combination with storage or production facilities which you can turn on off. Of course, all the power trades solutions are, for example, some of these things which are relevant in technology in this area. But there's a lot of things going on here. But this thing is like you can't really consider a wind farm as something which are running with a constant operation over its lifetime. So if the wind speed are blowing 15 meters per second, you sure it produce such a many megawatt hours. So if it's 5 meters per second, it produce so many megawatt hours in an hour. You cannot assume that anymore, I would say. So this brings us to the power grid. And you all know this, the market structure where we basically try to balance the power and energy as well. There's another system balancing where we look at energy levels. But at least power, and that's settling into a cost of energy based on the balance between production and generation, like production and consumption. And I think that's where you can say now, where you basically consider that wind energy is free in a way when the bidding process are going on, because it's there anyway and there's no cost of the wind. But the cost on the turbines are different depending on the weather climate. And also think that to facilitate wind energy more, it would be relevant to looking at the shorter bidding periods than traditional, where it's longer due to the traditional power plants. And you can also say that wind turbines, in a way, is kind of flexible power generators, as long as they're wind enough. And this also means that I didn't mention that, and forget to mention that earlier on, that we could also look into basically operating with low wind turbines together with high wind turbines on the same sites. So when the combination of, so basically you have turbines which are actually only producing energy at low wind speed, and then they are derating at high wind speed because they are not withstand the loading, but they are able to produce full power at lower wind speed. That kind of a business model could be relevant if the energy prices are high enough. And then, of course, storage. Well, I think we all know that is actually one of the huge challenges in the renewable energy, both on short, mid-term, and long-term. And of course, daily variations and weekly variations probably be handled by different approaches, combining with, for example, electrical heating into district heating system. At least here in Denmark, where we have a substantial district heating, it's an efficient way to basically combining those plants with electric heat pump when the electricity prices are low. Then we basically just turn on the heat pump and then heating up the heat water storage, and then it's used for distribution in the district heating system. It could also be to combine it with optical cooling strategies and large cooling systems. It's as already known and done in a way, because you will then typically cool more in the night where prices typically low, and also where the outside temperature is lower, so you need less energy to actually cool the facility. It makes a lot of sense to do that. Also know that it's, for example, battery charging on electrical vehicles during nighttime, for example. It's quite obvious to do. It, of course, then put in some additional strains on the distribution grids. But there's a lot of possibilities, at least on the short and midterm levels. It's more difficult on the long, like monthly and yearly variations. but simple power to X is a way to deal with that. Of course, there must be other things. Or in a way, you can say here in Denmark, to some extent, there is a good connection between the Danish wind energy and the Norwegian hydropower, because in a way you can say that when we have a lot of wind energy, we're exporting energy to Norway, and then they do not use their, like, slow down the production from the hydropower, and thereby save some water in the reservoirs. So that is kind of in principle one of the good balance, you can say, if you can avoid using some of those resources, but that's not the solution everywhere. So on-demand production, where you can turn it on and off depending on electricity prices, is a good way. And here power to X is one of the promising technologies, you can say. But there's others I know there's no, so it's but it's an area of very important. I think also we need to be able to develop ways to adjust the power and energy exchanges such that they fit this more flexible power generation and distribution. And you can say that you also in a way need that the prices are fluctuating a bit more, because some of those solutions we are looking into here, they're not cheap. So they have additional cost and high cost, and therefore for owners and operators to go into the market with such solutions, they need to have potential earnings on it. So if you're just running with a constant low energy price, it's not worthwhile providing storage facilities. Being able to balance the power system. Yeah, so in a way you can say that it's kind of expected that we would see that the operator would be more active in the market and both produce energy when the prices are high, but also potentially coming with solution where you say this turbine here is not built to run full time, but product lifetime, but maybe only a fraction of it on very good conditions. And therefore you say where you tailor wind farms to operate in certain ways. This leads me to the last part about certification and control design. And this is like wind turbines are certified based on standards. IEC 61400 is typically one used. It basically specifies how you should compute the loads, structural, fatigue load, and extreme loads. Also how components should be designed according to be evaluated up towards those loads. Then the turbine are simulated in high fidelity simulators, because we cannot measure it, especially not for extreme loads where you basically want to see that the turbine is breaking down, what loads it takes to break it. That you really don't want to simulate. In the same way, it also specifies how we compute the annual power, which are used for the project. And this is computed. It's specified how you compute those simulations, how you simulate it, what kind of events you have to simulate, and how these are linked together to compute the full lifetime. Fatigue load is typically normal operation. Therefrom, you compute the damage on the structure, and then try to compute what is the damage and the fatigue lifetime consumption on the project. And then you build the design, the component based on that. The same for extreme loads. It's different events which are external and internally driven, like wind phenomena together with internal errors. For example, it could be a wind gust when you have a pit system failure, for example, or you have a startup or shutdown. It could also be high turbulence cases where wind speed are varying quite quickly. Other things. And then if we look a bit more into the fatigue loadings, it's basically just these kind of production cases where for a given light wind climate, we run with a certain turbulence level for different mean wind speeds, running 10-minute simulations, and then having different seats. It's typically 4 to 6 seats per wind speed. And then they are combined based on the variable distribution for the given site, which is this curve here, where you have a mean wind speed and then the distribution around it. And then basically then they use some method to computing the structural loadings based on that, and compute that, and then you compute what is actually the loadings, particular loadings it has to be designed for. And the same for extreme loads. Is then pre-specified cases we're running, and they are as maybe good examples on what could happen. In a way, the problem is that when we're doing design, we are actually using our controller and design to deal with those particular examples, but they're not necessarily what's going to happen on a real turbine. And they are typically, especially for the weather phenomena, kind of nice, because we need to be able to reproduce them. And then you link that with a controller that actually learn to design to deal with that, and then it starts to be a bit tricky if it's actually cheating or not. So it's a narrow balance actually avoiding that. But those conditions could be extreme current gust cases where you have an increasing wind speed while you have a wind direction change. Meaning that then suddenly you get the wind from the side of the turbine while running at a high road speed. It's a tricky one quite often. It could also be these kind of cases where you start up and shut down while you have a grid loss and power pit system failure. So you basically loses the ability to control in the cases where you are in a lot of trenches. And then all failures you would typically see through a DFMA on the turbine. There could be some, if we introduce a new control approach and that's based on a new kind of sensor, then what happens if you lose this sensor and thereby using this control feature? What happens then? But typically, fault detection and accommodations is most often used to deal with those things. But typically, it ends up with shutting down turbines or derating them until you can do some maintenance on them. The expected annual energy production is similar to fatigue loadings. You run different wind speeds and then you scale the power production with the variable distribution. And then in the end, you also scale it with the expected reliability of the turbine. But as you can see, all these things here, they actually based on the assumption that the turbine would basically run the full life. And because if you go out and measure, this is the wind distribution on the site. But what I'm actually saying here is that maybe we would only run this turbine when the wind speed is less than 10 meters per second, or only when a certain other wind conditions are fulfilled or other energy prices conditions are fulfilled. So the actual operated distribution would be different. And you might not know that upfront, because, for example, if it's depending on the energy prices, then it means that the turbine might be more or less shut off a year, and then next year, then the prices are higher and you'll be running all the time. So you will see a totally different distribution. So this also means that this change in potential business model of the turbine would actually also impact how turbines are certified, become more difficult to do, and therefore it's also be more difficult to design turbines in an optimal way without actually being able to kind of online evaluate on what is the conditions of the turbine. So, it also means that if we're designing turbines only to operate in a large fraction of time, and this distribution used is really important, and we know that, have an idea of what's going to happen upfront. It also impacts control design a lot, because first of all, you need to do designs which are actually able to support these new business models, and also do a new balancing on the loadings and power production in those cases. So this also makes it more uncertain what we are actually designing up against. Therefore, kind of adaptiveness in the cost model would be relevant. So there's a lot of things here to be looked into where we say that maybe the controller would actually change in its control parameters depending on those conditions as well, for example. Or if it's a model predictive controller, for example, you would change the weights in the cost function or even the cost function itself, depending on the condition you're operating in. So to conclude my talk here is that first of all, the question of sizing of turbine will continue as the growth parameters, or in terms of reducing cost of energy, or we will see that more optimization of existing turbines. It's hard to say if that what's going to happen, but maybe there are some ideas of looking into the optimization aspect as well. Then there's a potential business model change, where I would expect that the operator are starting to act as a more rational agents into the market and thereby being operating turbines in a more fluctuating way, you could say, for example, depending on energy prices. And all these things are then lead to impact on how turbines are certified and also how they're controlled and designed in general. Yeah, that's all for all of what I would like to share with you today.
Thank you, Peter, very much about this very many-sided survey about let's say the future acceptation of wind power, not only the technical but also the economical and business points of view. That was very interesting. We have now short time if you have some questions in your mind from the audience.
Can I
Maria.
ask a question?
Yes, Maria, please.
Yeah, wonderful, Peter. You know, I wanted to ask the question about it's more like market derivatives to give incentives to wind power to actually do the right thing when needed and to be paid the right way. In the US, there is this big Department of Energy program called PERFORM, P-E-R-F-O-R-M. I don't know what it stands for, but it basically is intended to align the market incentive for intermittent resources like wind power to so that you penalize wind when it said it would produce and it didn't produce, and other way around. Can you comment a little bit on how is that done in Europe, or is that a doable problem, or from the control point of view, how do you see it?
Well, I think it's a bit the same when you're going in there, bidding on the power exchange with a wind plant. And then if you're not producing the energy as supposed to, then you basically have to pay for it to be produced by a secondary source, and typically that's more expensive than what you potentially gain by producing.
Right. And the question is who pays for that, because it goes in the market, and that uncertainty creates.
I think what the last time I heard about it was actually that was the operator who was going to pay for it.
This is a huge issue now in the US because there is more and more intermittency. So if you have resources that say we'll produce so much for the next hour and they don't produce, all that requires expensive storage, controls and stuff. Yeah.
I think that. Oh, sorry, Peter. Go on.
And also, it also links back to the wind prediction, because it's kind of the uncertainty of the wind prediction, which is the cost here.
Yes.
So it might also be that you would, in order to optimize your cost as is now, you would go with the lower end of your your wind prediction, because that's what you're certain of being able to produce.
So I, sorry to talk too much, but I think I just really would like to know, do you think that it's better to internalize that uncertainty when you bid and not be charged for that, or the system operator can estimate and tell you how much you need to, based on your historic performance, how much less you need to be scheduled? That's where I think things are going now in the States, that the operator does that. But we have a project at MIT in which we are really suggesting that stakeholders, producers actually internalize and say with high confidence as they can to bid what they can actually produce. And the differences are huge in money, right?
Yeah. But I like in a way that it's the producers,
yes,
who knows the details of the wind farm, like the same they can produce.
I will follow up with you. This is really interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think that this question is coming even more important, because I don't know how it's in the other parts of the world, but at least in Europe, we are now operating with 1 hour balance, but we are chasing to 15 minutes. And then, for instance, if you think how accurately you can forecast for the next 20 hours wind speed with a resolution of 15 minutes, you can't do that simply. And then how you are sharing the costs when you have this prediction error and you are not able to produce all the energy you need, or I don't know, that's very interesting. Okay, any more questions?
Yes, I have some questions in the chat, so if it is possible to ask.
Yes, Alexander, please.
Yes, sure. Then the first question is about power electronics. So then new types of power electronics are on the way. And could you please tell a couple of words about that? Freddie Blaberg worked on this topic, so I think he's also from Aalborg University. That's the first question. Could you please answer shortly, if possible? Then the second question is about loading. You said that it is more convenient, it is more efficient to load the turbine when it is new. But then if it is new, but then if it is more loaded, then it has impact on durability of the sensors and increasing the probability of faults and so on. Then if the turbine is damaged, then there is no electricity at all. So is there optimal trade-off between in the loading? And then the last question is about wind speed distribution. So the distribution, variable distribution, which you showed, I think it is on the rotor height, but then we have the wind shear. So the wind speed at the height is higher, of course. Just because the loading is not uniform, right? So could you please tell a couple of words about the distribution shapes as a function of the height? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll try to answer the questions. The first thing about power electronics, I'm not an expert in that area, although coming from the same university as Belgrade. So I just know that there's been working quite a lot of making it more efficient and more reliable. That's of course one thing. And,
yeah, thank you very much. It's fine. It's fine. Next question, please.
Yeah, regarding the projects. Yeah, I think it from the economical point of view, it makes sense to produce the power as early as possible. Don't think so much we see an issue with the sensor failures as a big problem here in terms of lifetime. It's quite easy to detect that they are failing and replace them. We're not talking about a long time in order to change that. If that's the case, we have a failed sensor. So I don't see that as really that you should not look at it from this economical point of view due to from the census equipments.
Yes, you are right. But if, for example, the loading, the strain gauges that measures the loads on the blades, so the durability it's after 6 months. So it is not reliable anymore. If you load the turbine a lot, then you have to change the sensor early, so that costs money. So that was the question. But if you don't use this kind of sensors, or if you are not afraid to overload the turbine in the beginning of the lifetime, that's fine. I don't see any problems with that. So, but I do believe that all the trade-offs should be taken into account. So it's not only power production at the beginning. Of course, in the beginning when the turbine is just out of the production, so all the components are working very well, and it makes a lot of sense to load the turbine in the beginning, of course. But in terms of lifetime and durability of the components, maybe some other solutions could be also possible or optimal. That is my
yeah. So and for the last one is like, yeah, this is the annual distribution of mean wind speed. But then, of course, you have variation in terms of wind shear. For example, from the distance from, basically, it's a matter of how far away you get from the ground surface. Again, also depending on the roughness of the surface. For example, there is less wind shear and offshore, where it is, for example, if you look at you have a wind turbine located in a forest or in mountains. There's wind shear there, higher turbulence level, and a lot of other effects you see, which are depending on the height of the measurement point. Yeah, and also you see the wakes from other turbines or other things in the near facility. Yeah, so there's a lot of stochastic into the wind. The wind is kind of understanding wind is actually maybe one of the biggest issues in the industry, you can say. We do a lot trying to understand it and the impact of it, but really we're just trying to mimic what's going on, and in a way we don't really totally understand all this.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter, about your presentation once more. And now I think that it's time to continue with our program. We have the next presentation, which is titled "The Key Role of Control in Enabling Flexibility in Legacy Electric Energy Systems." This presentation will be given to us by Professor Maria Ilitz from Carnegie Mellon University, Pennsylvania, United States. Maria is a professor emerita at Carnegie Mellon University. She is currently a senior research scientist at the MIT Laboratory for Information and Decision Systems at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. She's an IEEE Life Fellow and an elected member of the United States National Academy of Engineering and Academia of European. She was the first recipient of the Presidential Young Investigator Award for Power Systems in the United States, granted by the National Science Foundation. She has co-authored several books on the subject of large-scale electric power systems and has co-organized an annual multidisciplinary electricity industry conference series at Carnegie Mellon with participants from academia, government, and industry. She was the founder and co-director of the Electric Energy Systems Group at Carnegie Mellon University, and currently she is building the same type of Electric Energy System Group at MIT in the same spirit as in Carnegie Mellon. Most recently, she has offered an open online EDX course at MIT entitled principles of modeling, simulations, and control in electric energy systems. She's a founder and chief scientist at New Electricity Transmission Solutions company. And besides, or in addition to this all, Maria is also a member of our technical committee. So she has an exceptional background and knowledge about her today's topic, and we are very excited and curious to hear her about this topic, the key role of control in enabling flexibility in legacy electric energy systems. So Maria, please take the screen.
Thank you very much, Euro. Sorry that I didn't need that long introduction. Thank you so much. Actually, yeah, maybe I'll be a little more technical. I don't know if this is okay, but I wanted to basically, in my talk, revisit how we do sit at the system level and revisit how we do today's control in power grids and what needs to be enhanced. There is a lot of low-hanging fruit for to do in order to enable technologies like we just heard about. And so there are very particular questions that I want to concentrate on. One is, how do you schedule both for making the system both reliable and resilient? And AC optimal power flow that a lot of people are working on plays key role there. I want to stress that. And the second one is, if you schedule all these resources, you still need to make sure that the system, that the primary controllers embedded in wind power plants, this power electronics control, the control of the governors of AVRs in conventional power plants, they all result in the stable interconnected power grid, which has become much more complex. And I won't spend too much time, but there is this key question that comes up from the industry: what are the performance measures to demonstrate that control matters? And I think that broader community, not necessarily control community, doesn't quite appreciate the role that that control and flexibility could and should play in enabling all these intermittent resources. So that is what I would like to go through. I have quite a few slides, but I'll go as quickly as I can through them. So people are familiar with these. If you think about electricity provision today, it's top-down centralized dispatch by system operators, and you dispatch large power plants, and the control software computing that they have, computer applications in control centers, they sort of evolve around several tasks, and I've listed some. So you supply predictable system demand, you predict a portion of the demand and schedule generation accordingly. Then you have to compensate transmission losses. You have to schedule generation so that there is no congestion on delivery power grid. That has become a big thing because the system was not designed for the locations and the type of power plants that we put now on the system. So congestion is under quotation. So it's not just thermal, it's also voltage constraints. And I'm going to talk about that a little. And then the reason that we operate conservatively is because people have to have these reserves in case things fail. In other words, you have one contingency fail or two contingency fails. The system operators like to have ready to use resources so that you don't have to do much in a corrective way, but it's all in preventive way, like worst case approach. And that is something that is very conservative and rigid. And this is where one can do much better if we have data-enabled flexible operation. And most recently, this has become a big issue. I added this task. If you look through different references, they are just tasks 1 through 5. But when we had Puerto Rico extreme events and other weather-related huge failures in the system, the question is, how do you still provide critical load customers during these K failures? Like during Puerto Rico outage, you had 80% of transmission line failed, and the system separates into islands, and you still have to try to have gradual degradation service rather than full-blown blackout. So this is what's now known as the question of operating in a resilient way when you lose a lot of equipment. So it is sort of hard to put it all together. How do we, what is the way the hierarchical control is done today, under which assumptions, and why is it straightforward and how is it changing? So I've borrowed sort of this sketch here from one textbook in which you say at the tertiary level, the system level, you do this scheduling. At the secondary level, you adjust fast responding units, adjust their set points for controllers for both voltage and power so that frequency is regulated in response to relatively slow variations in deviations from what's predicted. And then you have these embedded primary controllers in a lot of, in conventional power plants, but also now much more in all the other resources, including demand. So this looks hard, but actually, if you spend quite a bit of time on this, you will recognize that the reason that this is simple and straightforward mathematically, and when we design the controllers and scheduling, is that there are these implied assumptions. You imply that real and reactive power are decoupled. So real power problem and dispatch becomes convex optimization problem. You can do, it's much more of a linear problem. When you couple it with reactive power, things become messy. There is an implied timescale separation. In other words, I'll show you the picture in a minute, but basically tertiary level, which is system level, where the system operator lives, is slow feed-forward process. Then secondary level is at the smaller balancing authority level, and it's a little faster, and that's already feedback, automatic generation control, automatic voltage control that you have in France. And these primary controllers, they just respond to changes and commands from tertiary and secondary level, and they adjust locally to local disturbances, like disturbances in voltage and frequency. And today's hierarchical control, this is also important to understand, is that it only is implemented at the bulk power system level, which is in the US, bigger or including 69 kV substations. But below, there is no online decisions. Everything is pre-programmed and event-driven. So this is the situation that we have. And the reason that this is simple, I just have a couple of slides here to illustrate what I just said. So if you look at the system load, the actual system load is this blue, but you can predict things at different time scales in the feed-forward way, hour ahead or 15 minutes ahead, and that's sort of also market time scale. But there are deviations of the actual load, and there is no more. We no longer have zero mean deviation over 10 minutes, over 1 hour. There is cumulative deviations that have to somehow be compensated for. So you can think about the load as having very fast component to which primary control responds. Then you have the secondary control, which are slow deviations from predictions. And this one is some feed forward that you can predict. And the same thing if people in France, for example, EDF has done fantastic work, is implemented, and China also. The reactive power automatic voltage control is all based on this timescale separation. Okay, so therefore, the models and control designs, they are all for a particular timescale, assuming that timescales don't affect each other. And this is how the control then works. You know, primary control is fastest, looks at the time, the set point that's given from above and responds locally. Secondary control is a little slower, and the tertiary is feed forward. And so basically that's what we have, in 101 hierarchical control today. However, I've been spending a lot of time on a lot of things, and I'm not retiring because of this, because there are a lot of interesting problems here. If you look at the Northeast, this is New York, New England, a little bit of Canada. Temporal, spatial, and governance complexity are all intertwined now. You don't have now this timescale separation, spatial timescale separation. So there is New York, and in New York, you have all these different colors. These are different owners with their own sub-objective, transmission owners, and then you also have stakeholders who are connected to these nodes in the system. So, and everybody has conflicting interests. So somebody wants to buy at low price, somebody wants to sell more, and then utilities, and then these intermittent resources are saying we have no control of ourselves. So you have basically unaligned sub-objectives viewed from the control point of view. And so the whole field is sort of really changing in the sense that instead of having very well-defined hierarchies, these used to be these boundaries of control or balancing authorities. Now you have all these embedded different portfolio of stakeholders with their own objectives and so forth. And we started calling these in our research intelligent balancing authority. So you can create your own portfolio, you can have your own sub-objective, and you somehow connected to the grid. And you look higher, this can be Denmark, then you can have Germany, France, you know, these are very large areas, but it's all nested architecture rather than truly hierarchical. And so I listed here. The other thing is also, you might have heard of this, they call it duck curve in California. You know, this was predicted load, but then because you have a lot of solar in the middle of the day, you have a lot of solar and then it disappears. So you have to, actually the time scales get quite intertwined and it's hard to predict inputs, as it also was said in the previous presentation. So we have emerging fundamental needs, and I will say something that's probably not going to be taken so well, but I will say it anyway, that today's control, state of art is control in large-scale dynamical systems, and this is a subject for its own right later, is to discuss, you know, at the IFAC level and so forth, is that it actually doesn't lend itself to having ready-to-use tools to solve these problems. In other words, we assume that you have subsystems which are weakly coupled, you have timescale separation. And so big message here is that in order to begin to truly have impact in these changing systems, this is a new challenge to large-scale dynamical systems. This is how much I'm going to say on that one. And so the implications are huge. And again, I'll just leave it as a slide because I want to cover other things, but we need, at the end, in order to achieve efficient energy service, you have temporal, spatial, and functional alignment of energy resources and demand, which we don't have now. The transmission distribution needs to be operated to enable this. So, and we have really outmoded control paradigm. It's static, deterministic, and you go one by one, and you can see that. And the results are resulting implications. Again, not to go one by one, but there is it's sort of, I think that it's sort of coming as a perfect storm at us, because people who are adding a lot of new resources that think that the sort of the grid is taken for granted, that it will do what needs to be done, but actually we need to really revisit to have much more controllable performance, if you want to think about it that way. And so what we've been working on, and I've been trying now for the last 10 years probably, to say, okay, why don't we rethink this problem and say, see, at the control level, this is the mesh network. It has a lot of large conventional plants. It has hydro, and there are, you know, large wind, solar, utility scale things. And the information and operation is given these dotted blue lines, give basically the information about SCADA, security, the information process and communication that you have between down to 69 kV. But below, these red dotted lines are actually not formalized. There is no online information exchange, so that if you have a lot of small distributed resources, that the system operator would get that information online and maybe schedule less of something else, which is a more large scale resource. That doesn't exist. So we have we have proposed this, and there are several references there that I put in the presentation. We call it DIMONS, Dynamic Monitoring and Decision Systems Architecture, which is basically just an extension of SCADA, Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System, that exists now down to 69 kV. And these DIMONS, these are embedded intelligences. So all of these resources, somebody was asking about power electronics in wind, is DIMON, depending on what type of power electronics you have there and what information you exchange with the control center, you're going to be operated more or less reliably. And also you will have to, this is very important for wind, the operator will spill more or less of your wind. You won't utilize it if they do their studies and see that some of their criteria are not met. You're just not going to be scheduled. So this is, so there are sort of three different things here: to transform balancing authorities, which are these large things, into a mix of intelligent balancing authorities communicating to higher layer balancing authorities. And the research question from the control point of view that I've been working now for 15 years at CMU and more recently at MIT is, what is the minimum information that needs to be exchanged between these layers and groups of aggregated users, portfolio they can create themselves into different intelligent balancing authorities. But when it comes to connecting to the system, what is the minimum information exchange that needs to be made so that is like pieces of the puzzle, things work together. And after really 15 years, it became very simple, because the result that we have now, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that, that information exchange needs to be just in terms of energy, power, and rate of change of reactive power. And we had a couple of recent PhD theses at MIT that were finished, in particular, the role of rate of change of reactive power when you have power electronics and so forth. And then SCADA needs to be extended all the way down to the end user. So if you have end-to-end interactive cooperation for balancing supply and demand, and with different resources. And so basically, what is needed is this flexible interactive operating system, which would be an extension of SCADA and having standardized information exchange. And a lot of people are beginning to sort of resonate with that. I'm working with FERC, with NERC. So if you think about, for people who have done automatic generation control, area control error is just one measure of energy imbalance over 10 minutes that you have. Well, this is just an extension of that, so that you cover different time scales and you begin to get the time scales to take into consideration the effect of spatial and temporal interactions, because we no longer can assume them. And I've done just some samples here. It's very interesting. If you adapt this type of thinking, this is the Western Europe, Germany. So if you, for example, do more of coupled voltage real power dispatch, you can send from Northeast Germany into Bavaria, that's where the load is. You can send, you produce 30 gigawatts wind, that's where the wind is in Northeast, and you can deliver 23 gigawatts, that's a lot. What's happening now, if you look at the power flow simulation that people do in these utilities, Germany cannot deliver its power from the Northeast down to Bavaria. It spills over Poland and Czechoslovakia. So all this stuff is wasted as far as direct delivery of German wind power down to Munich. And so you need to, I'll say a little bit more about the role of AC optimal power flow when you actually optimize the voltage settings on controllable equipment like large transformers, on low tap changing transformers. You actually direct the power this way rather than having it wasted. And you see 56 gigawatts goes somewhere in the ether beyond Poland. And so power systems don't have electronic valves on that wire. So everything flows according to impedances. So with these controllers, with voltage control, we are trying to direct more the flow between points from the source to the large load. I did a lot of work, and there is a reference on the making Azores Islands green, and this is Flores, a little island. So they have huge, dirty diesel power plant, but they also have some run on the river hydro, and they want to replace diesel by wind. And the question is, can you make that operate? And we showed actually that with current control, you have big percent of wind, and the fuel cost is, because it's being imported, it's like over $200 per megawatt hour of fuel that diesel burns, and the levelized cost of energy that was talked about earlier in Flores was like $80 per megawatt hour. So it would be cheaper and cleaner. And in the Northeast, we have shown, just to mention this, in New York, when you want to deliver power from Niagara, which is hydro, to New York City on the hot summer day, if you do a little bit of optimization of voltage settings, of controllable voltage resources, like settings for automatic voltage regulators on generators and settings on all-load tap changing transformers, this is for people who are more into that. If you optimize those, you can deliver 1 gigawatt more from Niagara to New York City on the hot summer day. So delivery has become, and this congestion, which is voltage related, can become big thing, but big problem and obstacle to basically utilizing even renewables. Now, the problem that I've been working on the last 2 years was I worked in Puerto Rico. So when you start having these extreme events, there is typically quite a bit of time between the time that the equipment starts failing and when you get full blackout. So there is room to adjust other resources that are still available, even when the system islands. So one long overdue problem for control community has been, how do you manage this system so that you don't have sudden blackout, but you have gradual control degradation of service during these large abnormal conditions? And this problem is going to become more and more important as we add more resources. I'm showing here intermittent resources. So here is an IEEE standard 14-bus system that we use for research purposes. So if you now replace the generation, which is close to these large loads, this is the largest load here, and this is the dirty power plant, coal plant or something nuclear, you remove it, and you want to supply it with further away wind power plant, you are typically going to run into delivery problems, electrical, not necessarily thermal delivery problems. You run power flow, what utilities usually run, and there is no power flow solution because you cannot deliver. So the optimization, in particular optimization of voltage support and identifying what things needs to be added with gadgets to support the voltage across larger electrical distances between the resources, new resources, and the large loads is becoming a huge issue. Otherwise, what's happening now, if you just run power flow, you're going to say, okay, I can't use this wind, although it's on the system. And there is a lot of that going on now. So the likely impact of diverse technologies at value, that's a question in its own right. How do we actually model? Most of the models that I'm aware of, and I've been in this business for quite some time now, is they're all for conventional power plants connected to grid, and then you do this hierarchical control that I summarized. Now you're adding all these different resources and things get complex. And that's what I would like to talk about. Can we go from complexity in spatially and temporally intertwined system, going back to fundamentals and seeing if we can actually do this in a more systematic, transparent way. So no time for this, but this is my favorite strongly recommend the paper by Elinor Ostrom, who actually was the first woman Nobel Prize winner in economics some time ago. And she actually worked in water systems. And her big thing was that resources and users can actually adjust and be so adaptive that their interactions result in near sustainable frameworks for social ecological systems. So ecological system for us is different clean resources that are sustainable, and is social because different end users need different resources. So the problem that at the end, I guess we want to solve is how do you make the most out of naturally available resources without depleting them? And I think that control theory and systems formulations could help big way to formulate this problem and to identify. I'm just talking about some of the bottlenecks and some things that need to be enhanced, but there is a lot to be done in terms of relaxing constraints and making them more flexible so that you, again, make the most out of what is available as conditions change. And just so that I don't forget, I want to mention that as conditions change, the implication of that on control communities, how my linear primary controllers at the bottom may destabilize because they were tuned just for the worst case. So this is a huge, huge challenge to primary control. The governors, power electronics, they all have to be more adaptive and nonlinear, and that's what I will talk a little bit later. The other thing which is absolutely mind-twisting is that we want to give incentives for these different technologies. And I think we talked a little bit about this in the previous talks. I won't spend too much time, but this is where a lot of people are working on day ahead, real time. Capacity market, that LCOE that we talked about, levelized cost, there are very few good signals to differentiate between right technologies over longer time horizon. And also, there are a lot of technologies which are control specific, that offer fast flexibility in real time. So that, and they are, with power electronics, they are getting more and more. There are many more of them. And the question is how in the world to map that, to give the electricity markets right signals, to give incentives to put them on the system rather than just say, I want this technology or this technology. And just to mention that when electric energy markets were created first in the US, there was no word, there was no mention of stability. But stability is actually one of the first binding constraints to delivery. And then comes voltage collapse, people are familiar with that, and only later on thermal. So the system operators and the utilities are using this infrastructure in much more conservative way because they do their offline studies and they realize that the system may go unstable under the worst case, and then they, in normal conditions, before the events happen, they don't want to operate so that in case something like that's happened, you go unstable. So it's like a vicious circle, conservative, rigid, preventive, where all these technologies offer flexibility. So we are working quite a bit at MIT on flexible reserves, for example. We're working with one system operator on that. They are recognizing that you cannot no longer have these worst case scenarios for wind and operate during normal conditions, even if the worst case scenario didn't happen. Okay, so there are all these exciting technologies that are getting on the system, but if you think about this, the gadgets, sensing, communications, control technologies for gadgets are mature. What is missing is this integration framework for aligning end users' resources and the governance system. And this is what I was mentioning, that we basically have multi-layer interactive data-enabled system that may work where you have highly distributed decision-making makers that connect to the grid and minimal coordination of interactions. So I think that the question on the table is, the challenge is how to design that and expand SCADA, as I explained before. And I already talked about this. So a little bit more technical, what is missing? If you think about tertiary level, I talk about microgrid controller, but the large system controller at the tertiary level, one should have much more adaptive performance metrics to optimize our all controllable equipment. All controllable equipment, that's understood. More adaptive performance metrics, we learned quite a bit during Puerto Rico study that, let's say when you have huge extreme conditions, you don't want to optimize anymore for economics. You want to optimize to make sure that voltages are violated the least, or thermal constraints are feasible, or you come by how much you need to relax them, or what do you need to connect, disconnect, so that the system still works. Right now, all those functions, and I don't really know worldwide, but I know quite a bit that in terms of computer applications, they're not automated. They're down to system operator to decide what to do when those extreme events happen. And so this is, depending on how fast I go here, I may not have too much time, but I want to emphasize that this is where what we call extended AC optimal power flow matters big way. Schedule all controllable equipment as conditions vary, and in particular optimize voltage dispatch as you optimize real power dispatch, because that will enable one to deliver power over largest electrical distances. And then it gets down to the secondary control where people use groups like AAU that was mentioned, the power electronics group. Most of power electronics people start with the groups. You can think of them as having dynamical components which with the primary control stabilize to some steady state transfer functions. Those are groups, and they are a relationship between power and frequency, and they make the decoupling assumption with reactive power voltage. And what I'm saying here, that if you look at the state-of-art literature, they are very hard to justify when you have large ranges of changes in operating conditions, because your primary controllers are not tuned to do what you think they should be doing. For example, the huge issue is how to control, this is where I've been spending the last 5 years, at least with my students, how to control power and rate of change of power while maintaining voltage within the operating limits. At the primary control level, want to do that power electronics for wind power plant, and I'll show you some examples of that. So one interesting thing, we started working on it, probably there's a lot of room to work there. It's what some people call control co-design, meaning that from the very beginning, you want to put new hardware. You first want to see what embedded control can do in terms of this producing power, rate of change of power before you put it to the system. And then when the system is interconnected, you want to also check if the dynamic interactions between the components are within acceptable limits. And then do that iteratively till you select the best combination of technologies which have the best control enabling it. I am quite excited about pursuing control co-design in power systems, but there's very little work there right now. Okay, so you remember I promised to just say something about a couple of questions, key questions. How do you do reliable and resilient scheduling at the tertiary level? How does the system? Right now, they run DCOPF, meaning they just schedule real power dispatch, and that typically gives you solution which may violate voltage constraints in steady state operation, and it may also not balance reactive power. So this is the sort of the state of industry where you dispatch as optimally as you can real power, and then run power flow and see if if the reactive power and voltage are balanced and within the constraints, and if they are not, then you modify your real power dispatch. That's what the system operator does iteratively, because AC power flow is an analysis, just telling you cannot be done, and then the operator looks at the system and says, oh, what can I do based on what I know about the system, and it goes like that. Instead of that, A lot of people have worked on. Caltech has spent last 10 years, I think, on advances in AC optimal power flow. My startup actually is all what it does this extended AC optimal power flow, but the difference is the following. The question is how to, given the existing system, how to operate new power plants without experiencing power delivery problem. That's the end, the basic question. And the problem is, this is what I was saying, that AC is the key software for co-optimizing power generation and voltage setting. Again, I think I repeated myself, but voltage optimization is very important here for large electrical distances. And this OPF is not sufficient. That's what markets use now. You remember I showed you the Germany thing. If you do AC OPF, you can deliver that power from Northeast Germany to Bavaria. If you do the DC OPF and then AC OPF, you can see that it doesn't work. So it's very important. So in the sort of, as a takeaway message is that voltage congestion management using AC OPF is key to, this has been at least our experience with large scale systems. I worked through my startup quite a bit with large scale systems. And if we were to go this way, this is now where control comes in again. You can optimize this AC optimal power flow, state of art, and software is there. Maybe it can be used. Now, here is the scary part. If we begin to change the set points on everything that's controllable, there is this major assumption that sufficient automation is in place to ensure a stable system over operating ranges. But it may not be true at all because we never tune these controllers that way. So the second question that I want to talk about is what is the state of art and how we enable feasible and stable control. And here, you remember at least the approach that we've been taking now for several years is that you think about this multi-layered complexity and how do you characterize the components. Wind power plant will come itself, will say, I can do this or not, or test me against the system. So it has to be modular as it gets on the system and then test interactions. Now, what is very intriguing is that interactions are always subject to conservation of instantaneous power. So you can do it even for power electronics, not just for sinusoidal steady state. But this reactive power dynamics is coming through power electronics and to fast fluctuations in intermittent resources is really coming to bite us. And I want to share a little bit the rationale with you why I think this is so. And we have proposed this unified energy-based dynamical model. So the rationale for that is this is what we have. We have electric grid with the generators. And you look at inertia used as a proxy to rates at which energy can be generated. We had fantastic work. I remember the book by Professor Benikov and so forth. So now what happens is you add these inverter controlled solar PVs. And people are talking about synthetic inertia, those droops instead of used instead of physical models. And so the first thing is how do you have the modeling, unified modeling that differentiates between the generators that have huge inertia and produce a lot of energy and those smaller ones, smaller inertia with less energy. So basically we have heterogeneous end-to-end energy conversion processes. And one way to go is to say, okay, I choose energy as a state variable, so I can differentiate between this and energy. This is important for markets, for steady state operation, and so forth. Now, when I put these components together, they always have to satisfy power conservation law. And so because of that, now I go into this transform state space. Now, this is very technical. in nonlinear dynamical system, Isidori and people did a lot of transformation of nonlinear systems into feedback linearizable, sliding mode controllable things. That's where I'm going. But I think you need to go to do the transformation first from physical components, which are all over the place. These generators have completely different state variables than inverters, and how do you put them together? It's an absolutely royal mess if you don't think about it modularly. But we think about all of them, each one having some specification for energy when it gets connected to the system. And then we also have to characterize how much power they can produce in feed-forward feedback way. So real power becomes an interface variable in this large-scale dynamical system. And then this was something that we spent 10 years on and finally maybe got somewhere. So what's happening when it comes to the rate of change of these dynamics in these dynamical systems, you can have typically slowly varying demand, let's say the system. And the fundamental new problem is that not all power produced can be delivered due to mismatch in rates at which energy conversion process of connecting components take place. So even if you don't worry about thermal losses, I have energy conversion here, which is fast, and I have energy conversion here. I have to subject this system, when I put it together, to rate of change of that stored energy, and the reactive power then becomes candidate interface variable in this transform state space. So this is the basic ideas that we've been following for going from very heterogeneous technology-specific dynamical models for different components to saying, okay, if I look at this system as a whole, I have modules interconnected, multi-layer, how do I characterize the interfaces? And so, this is really the summary. You have unified energy-based modeling of dynamics. Models, you have energy power, rate of change of power, as I explained. And these are very physically intuitive models. That's what made it nice. But we had several PhD students. I just want to mention Rupamati Jadivada, who graduated a couple of years ago. She introduced this thing here. So if you think about any black box, can be wind power plant, it can be power electronic inverter control, battery, or solar. They all have stored energy internally in the, let's say, in reactive devices, in the inductors and capacitors inside the solar plant, for example. And rate of change of that stored energy is affected. That rate of change of stored energy is affected by how much power you send out to the rest of the system. And there is a little bit of thermal losses, which is stored energy divided by some dissipative constant tau. And so this is basically conservation of power that every black box has to satisfy. However, this was Rupa's PhD thesis basically, because we have to worry about the rate of change at which this stored energy exchanges, because if you don't do that, then we'll have a lot of dynamic interactions. We have oscillations between the systems. And we are seeing now with power electronically controlled equipment, let's say there is a wind power plant in Texas controlled by power electronics, and it's connected to weak transmission line, which is also connected, controlled by a series compensated power electronics. And two of them fight at the time scale of electromagnetic subsynchronous resonance, not electromechanical, electromagnetic. This is real now. And because of that very fast electromagnetic dynamic interactions, wind is not all wind is scheduled, for example, not all solar is used, because industry people are very concerned about those subsynchronous oscillations. Now, how do you capture them in this model, which is not too complicated, but still captures dynamic interactions? So rate of change of stored energy is little p, let's call it. Rate of second derivative of stored energy, this is what Rupa showed. ET, for people who are into mathematics of this is energy stored in tangent space. In other words, basically you have stored energy in which, like in the inductor, is 1/2 L square. But instead of IL, you have rate of change of IL, DIL square. So this is energy in tangent space. This, if you look into it closer, and it's taken us a long time, this is rate of change of potential work that some box can do. But it actually cannot do it all because there are these oscillations in reactive power. And so how much the energy, the dynamic second derivative on energy stored in the black box is effectively rate of change of potential work minus these oscillations in reactive power between the components. And so this is one thing I wanted to share with you because it has helped us big way now going from these very complex systems into higher layers. And so what happens is if you declare, let me just go a little bit. If you are now in transform state space, just to get a little technical, that XZ, that transform state space, is stored energy, a rate of change of stored energy, second order model characterizing the black box. You can show, as I showed you, there's a function of its own energy. That's because you have thermal losses, but it's also a function of this rate of change of energy in tangent space. And it's a function of this interaction, how much power goes in and out of the box. So it takes a while. I've given you the references, but it is actually at the end, it's amazingly simple that you can have these closed loop dynamics in energy space, which is a linear model if you are controlling the interaction. And so what we've been doing, no time to go through all of this in detail, but what happens here, you have interactions between different components. They have very complex extended state space. It has to be extended because you have a port variable. That is a technical detail, but you have, let's say, generator, conventional generator has seventh order dynamical model. Not to say anything about solar with inverter control at a faster time scale. That all is embedded internally. It's technology specific. When the vendors and manufacturers produce, they know those details when they design primary control. But what matters at the interconnection are just these interactions. This is zoomed out representation. So when I said something about state of art and large scale dynamical system, and IFAC is really the right forum to talk about this, it is that we cannot neglect in large scale dynamical systems the interactions. In order to have cooperative control and different, like wind power being held by hydro, has to take into consideration temporal or spatial help from hydro when it's needed, when wind is not blowing. We don't have mathematical modeling. It gets too complicated to do that, but if you go into the zoomed out representation energy space, you can actually capture that and design the control for, so basically the control is for wind power plants, it's distributed to try to align its own interaction, which is instantaneous power and rate of change of reactive power, with what is coming from the other side. And if the hydro is doing the same thing, then the two align and you have nice dynamical zoomed out representation and control. So the control basically become these interaction variables that you control internally with primary control. And there is a lot here. What is striking is that if you control these interaction variables, you no longer have to linearize the system. You remember at the beginning, I was complaining heavily about decoupling of real reactive power and linearization. We no longer have to do that. So with these, you just control these interaction variables. And just to say one word about that, these interaction variables are actually have unbelievable properties. You can show that their function think about it physically. The power that goes out of the component is a function of its own state, internal state, which can be very complex, and rate of change of that state. So that means you can locally measure it. That's f of x and x dot local. But it is as expected. Its rate of change is 0 when it's disconnected from the rest of the system, because power doesn't flow when you disconnect them. So the physics and the math come together beautifully. So we've been quite excited about this and trying to write and communicate. And just to connect with the previous talk, and I'll stop here. So what happens now, you have these very messy systems. You have the wind power plant, you have hydro, you have conventional power plants, loads. The conventional power plants have exciters and governors. This is the only control that we have now, but we have put control, power electronics control on serious compensated lines so that you make them look shorter to deliver more. But how are you controlling that different? Static compensation, it's shunt. Controlled power electronically. And so one thing, Milos Cvetkovic is now young faculty at TU Delft, but he did this a few years ago with us. So here is the problem. In this system, how do you actually ensure that when you have outage here, that this generator goes out or this load goes out? I think we simulated the load goes out, so you have excess energy. So think about this, what happens physically. Load goes out, there is excess power, and wind power plant starts accelerating, right? And after a while, it goes beyond its critical clearing time and disconnects and everything blacks out. Now, the role of this power electronically controlled series capacitor, if it's controlled carefully, is to do something fascinating that has not been done before, and it could play a major role at its fast time scales. If you don't control the how much electromagnetic power gets into the series capacitor or not, the generator just takes off. Its energy increases over 1.5 seconds and you have the blackout. In FACS controller, this power electronically controlled series capacitor is not doing anything because it doesn't see any signal. It's just tuned for some worst case. This is what we have now. Now, what is proposed with this energy-based control, and there are a lot of people in control community, Romeo Ortega to mention, and Sandia National Lab people, they are working very heavily on this energy-based shaping, energy-based control. All of those new controllers can be explored for this purpose. So I'm just showing you one that Milos did, for example. If you lose that load, you don't have energy increasing, over time. You just energy stabilizes, at least temporarily, as long as this FACS series compensated capacitor actually is power electronically controlled and tries to align the interaction variables between the two. And so physically, the capacitor at a very fast time scale absorbs electromagnetic power, and the generator doesn't accelerate very much. That now makes the key role of FACS control very fast. This is a huge opportunity, I believe, for building next generation nonlinear controllers for power electronics control in power systems to manage these large-scale failures and extreme events when you have transient instability. So just to show you here, I think I have this on this example that I was showing. What happens is the incremental electromagnetic energy dies out, but control signal, which is how much you actually absorb with the FACS here, with this thyristor control series capacitor, at least for a while, it absorbs it all, and then things stabilize. And consequently, even the electromechanical variables like frequency and rotor position oscillate, but they don't blow up. So that's on the longer time scale now you can do wind blades control a little slower and so forth. But this very fast time scale is extremely critical these days. And I think I have much more, but I'm going to stop here just by showing you, because we were in the first presentation, we were talking about wind. So this was from Azores Islands. You remember there is one diesel, one hydro and wind. And so this is again potential of novel primary control for stabilizing wind surges. These are wind gusts. So you can do this nonlinear energy control that a lot of control people are working on, so that you control the flywheel to absorb extra power that comes from the wind gusts, so that the rest of the system is not affected. So it's locally. Flywheel absorbs extra wind and it's located at the wind location. So just to say one thing, we did this maybe 5-10 years ago. Kevin Bachovchin did his PhD thesis on how would you control these flywheels. There is a huge difference between doing this, if you want to think about this in control language, competitively, means locally. This wind power plant, wind flywheel compensates wind power gust, and they're done. They don't affect the system. Versus cooperatively through these interactions. And we've been working quite a bit. Our more recent work is how can even hydro help wind through the interactions here. And in microgrids, that's extremely important because they are interacting quite a bit. Now, probably the last slide here is the power electronics with, when you have very short wind gusts, you can now do static var compensation, and the utilities are beginning to put this equipment. Each one is, I think, something like $2 million. So you better control it right. But in this case, you have very fast wind gusts that if you run your analysis, you'll show that things go on transiently unstable. However, oh, sorry, I didn't put the plot here, but you can show that with energy-based control now, this SVC shunt absorbs this wind gust and you are still stable. So power electronics is huge. And okay, I made it through everything. So my closing thoughts are that it's these necessary attributes for operating future systems like availability, flexibility, transparency, and simplicity. I think we have to observe those, otherwise things get too complex and the industry has no other choice but operate conservatively. But the control can actually help big way. And what has not happened in electric power systems, and I've been in this for 40 years, is that we don't have much to say in terms of, as I said, large-scale dynamical systems when you have stronger interactions between the subsystems, and that becomes very critical. And also when you have operating conditions change over large, broad ranges of conditions, then you can't tune the controllers, just static controllers for the worst case. And probably the most urgent one is how do you actually get into this multi-layer understanding of what affects what. And this is why I shared with you the ideas about this unified energy-based modeling. I have many references, so if people are interested, please contact me. But now if there is any quick question I would like to answer, if I didn't exceed my welcome, it's been a while. I talked for a while.
Thank you, Maria, very much of your very interesting and important presentation about this topic. Now, if there is any questions from the audience, please. Alexander Stotsky, you something about to the chat, but can you make your question here?
Yes, of course. So I think it's very interesting presentation. So thank you very much. I think it's very interesting problem how to balance fast varying production and low varying demand. And I believe that statistical model can be applied. This would be very interesting to try. And also the second question is about the capacitive component. So is it possible to control the capacitive component for reactive power? And the last question is about synthetic inertia. So what is the physical meaning of synthetic inertia? I think it's a control action, so itself. So could you please tell a couple of words about
Thank
that?
you very much for these questions. I did began to think about using statistical methods for, this is a very important question, statistical methods for modeling the more complex, components that we don't know what's inside the boxes, right? And I have a student who is postdoc, Tong Huang, who is actually just got a faculty position somewhere in the States. He and I have been working on like the secondary level control for AGC in microgrids. You can either use the models which are physics based and then have these droops that I mentioned with the approximate steady state, transfer functions, or you just postulate the dynamical model x dot is ax plus bu and do the measurements using phasor measurement units. A lot of the technology is developed there. And you actually do the model identification using machine learning and get, it is coming to me as a surprise, I have to say, how well you can do that. I didn't expect it, and we had also some real data from Southern Power Pool. They don't mind us mentioning. They had real measurements from AGC, and they are also, if you have, basically what we learned, that if you have a lot of data, but not very clean data, maybe it's better to do short-term memory neural network rather than rely on these bad data and try to clean them. So I think it's a very rich area. We are just beginning to work on it, but the answer is probably. The thing that I have suspicion about is I'm not sure if you can really get that fastest time scale, for power electronics, if you use the statistical methods there, because the sensors are too slow. So the measurements that we have, we don't get them. So I don't know, but it is at least for secondary and tertiary level, for sure. I think a lot of people are beginning to work on that. I had one last slide. I'm not going to go to slides, but I will share slides with everybody at the end. This controlling capacitive component for reactive power. So think about very simple thing. You have a generator and have inductive line, and the load is inductive, right? So if I add a capacitor, shunt capacitor at the load, this source is going to see, if I put the right optimal capacitor, is going to see just resistive load and going to deliver the maximum work. So on one of the last slides that I didn't have time to go over, there is the plot which shows the trade-off between how much reactive power you absorb from the source versus how much real work you do. And it just goes like that, So that is a huge opportunity. This is, I think, what power electronics is mainly doing, is optimizing this stored reactive stuff that we haven't, at the fast time scale that we haven't worked on in the past. Because I think the reason that it wasn't so critical in the past is because we didn't have these fast fluctuations, but now we have different, persistent excitation and so forth. So yes, definitely for efficiency and also even for stabilization. Remember, I was saying that this interface is not just anymore instantaneous power only, but rate of change of reactive power. And I try to put in my talk some references, but if you want, I'd be happy to share more references. Now, this last one, synthetic inertia, it is, I have to say, with all due respect, it's very artificial, because people are, I think what has happened is because we have a lot of knowledge in linearized models for generators, right? And now can we somehow make this leap of faith from very complex inverter-based controllers with some reactive storage with capacitor and inductors and solar radiance fluctuating and just deciding that that has some inertia. This is why I was emphasizing this faster time scale. I think that that is a questionable term, actually. That's all I can say.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have the same opinion. Thanks a lot.
But probably is useful so that people draw some analogies, but how large is the inertia? You say the inertia even is not Newton's law. It has all these reactive power stored that you can't even capture. That's why we had to introduce the second derivative of energy there. It's just it doesn't lend itself very well to coupling the processes that we have now when you have fast fluctuations and power electronics. And all of those things that I showed with the static var compensator compensating for short wind gust and in particular that one, you can't even model it with synthetic inertia. You would not see what SVC would do because it is not part of the model.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any other questions? If no, one thing I wonder, what do you think when we are thinking about this transfer to this new type of power and energy systems? Would this control things, will they be the limiting thing so that they are restricting how much we can integrate renewable power to the system, or can it follow the, let's say, the technical and the investing speed? What will be happen?
I honestly think, and I said a few words earlier on the talk, that it really is worrisome, because if you think how the system was operated, you predict, what's going to happen on the hour ahead. You do it in feed-forward way 99%. And I actually even have that conversation, exchange of the email with somebody high up. When I was young, I was asking, some of you may know Professor George Verghese from MIT. George asked me once, why do power people not use more control? And I sent this question to somebody high up, not to mention names. I have actually this correspondence. And this was like 20 years ago. He basically said, oh, control, we cannot trust. It's more of a disturbance. It's like we just use it for fine tuning, right? So you actually predict things, the system operator knows what's doing, and just if there are little fluctuations, you do the control. Now, what I was trying to communicate it's both challenge and opportunity. You cannot do that when things fluctuate all over the place, when you have wind gusts, and also the technologies are there, like you have power electronics, you can implement these fast things. And so you can schedule a lot of wind without not going unstable. If you talk to the vendors, like, producers of this power electronics equipment, this is where the disconnect with the market is again. You tell them, look, this can stabilize, you show all of these things, and they say, well, who is going to pay for it? So I think we need to do a better job to actually create some challenge problems, even some brochure tutorial, or what are the first binding constraints, in operating the system. One is for sure, there is a lot of evidence on this voltage, not optimizing voltage dispatch. People understand that. I don't think there is IFAC Automatica paper or anything that actually writes about it. And it's on my to-do list, but I haven't written it. But that is a sort of, it's easier to understand, because the electrical distance, if you remember, maximum power transfer is one voltage times the other divided by impedance. So if you keep the voltage right, you can transfer more, right? That one is steady state concept, equilibrium concept, and a lot of power electronics people have made case for making the transmission lines shorter so that X is smaller and therefore maximum power you can transfer it larger. That's in steady state. What we have not done is really this transient stabilization, and against my common sense, I honestly think that we should try to, as technical committees or something, try to do something to actually communicate this better on challenge problems. Because it's for sure, I think I have a lot of industry friends, the system operators, engineers. I have a good relationship with those people, and they're going to just say, okay, we did our transient stability study, and my transient stability study shows that the system will blow up. They will never ask, how do I fix the controller so it doesn't blow up at that time scale? So I sort of feel that what I was talking about, it's a little bit like it's been in the sidelines and wasn't important, but now with these fast time scales, and the intermittency, I mean, it's no brainer to show that everything else the same with better adaptive control, you can schedule more wind without forcing system operators to be conservative. And the control community really has to go that way. But we are slow. So if somebody is asking Henrik Lentz's question, if there is time. Yes, please.
Yes, Henrik, please.
Yes.
Just
yes, hi.
Thank you very much for the interesting talk. I'd like to ask a question about the first part of your presentation, where you argued that we should evolve, or power people should evolve from DC OPF to AC OPF in order to also optimize voltage correctly. So at least from my point of view, an AC OPF with security constraints, stability constraints, and maybe also with integer inputs like tap positions and so on, is a very complex optimization problem. And it's also interesting to see that control theory is evolving more and more, or converging with optimization, mathematical optimization. So my question is, what do you expect to be a meaningful compromise between trying to include everything in the AC OPF problem, or rather to keep it computationally tractable?
I am so grateful for that question. Thank you. You remember that diamonds thing, that the flowchart that I drew? So I've been arguing heavily in the market community, in the industry community, that a lot of technology-specific constraints should be internalized. Like what we heard in the first plenary talk about wind. You see how many different things matter before the wind decides how much to bid for next hour. So that optimization is doable. Unit commitment, integer is doable. Risk management is much more doable. Uncertainty management of your local wind, if it's blowing or not, but also I think if you participate in market, uncertainty of the price, right? You take all that into consideration and create the bid that is almost implementable. This is the whole idea. In other words, you don't say, okay, you schedule me, but if I don't deliver, then you penalize me. That doesn't work, because it makes it so complicated. It puts burden on proof on the system operator. And what the system operator is going to get exactly into the complexity you're saying. I have to run unit commitment, voltage, and so forth. So short answer to your question, because this is, my startup has been working on this for 15 years, so I can send you much more. In the market, for example, one should have bids which say how much energy, how much power, and on which ranges of reactive power, and so that you give that, and then the nonlinearity of the grid. The ACOPF is doable in real time, it's robust. But all these other complexities are internalized. And then people start asking, okay, is that suboptimal or not? We actually haven't even posed the problem about what's suboptimal given the uncertainties. I honestly think that these are I'm getting older, but these are golden times, I think, for control people. Formulated, like what problem are we solving? If you really want to solve the problem that Elinor Ostrom is talking about, make the most out of what's available, well, you have to characterize different users, characterize different resources, and they're all different. And how do they interact? It's really tough to, going from DC to ACOPF is not too complicated, and there exists even near commercial products. We are working, for example, with one ISO. I think that in Europe also, I forgot exactly which company, but those exist. In other words, if you just have, like in economic dispatch, you have cost functions for generation, for real power, and for voltage ranges, you can run ACOPF and still take into consideration voltage constraints and reactive power balance. So ACOPF tells you then the sensitivities, the bigger sensitivities of, let's say, it will give you the solution because it says adjust load shedding, adjust voltage at a certain location. It doesn't crash. That's what you need. The system operator hates this software because you try to run power flow and crashes. And because of that said, I can't do it. I will spill wind. I think that's what we have now. So we need optimization tools which try to optimize whatever is possible to optimize in a doable way, right? And then use those sensitivities to decide what needs to be fixed at the system level. That's where, I've been trying to go on that, but without internalizing a lot of complexity. I mean, it depends on which time scale we are talking about. It's just not doable at all. I agree with you. Even steady state, unit commitment and ACOPF, they are not going to be doable if you want to add now uncertainties in wind. So people are running 1,000,001 wind scenario. Do you go to, we participate in this Perform project now. When you want to manage the risk, do you look at the high impact, very low probability events? Because that's where people make money or lose money, or you look at the expected value and variance. So I think things are all over the place. I would say it's really very, very interesting for control people. But the short answer, I think, yes, I think it's doable if you internalize it in bids. And so that has its pros and cons, who manages uncertainties and what value and so forth. But that would be my answer, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Henrik, for your good question, and Maria, your excellent answers. Now I think that it's time to close this plenary sessions, and I'd like to thank very much our wonderful speakers, Peter and Maria. Very good and very interesting presentation, and also thank you very much for the audience for your excellent questions and participating with the discussions. So our live sessions will continue tomorrow. We have new plenary presentations tomorrow, and let's meet then next time. Okay, thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, but we do not finish this Zoom session. You can stay here to communicate, so free discussion is opened and everybody is invited. Also, in half an hour, 3 live sessions will start for regular and invited sessions, where also discussion is available. You can ask questions about some session talks, regular session talks, but I remind you that you need to go there very well prepared. So no presentations here, please. Only the discussion. So you can listen to pre-recorded videos to read the full text papers, and then go to your session to ask questions which are left. Thank you, and stay with us.
Yeah, thank you.
So here is the brief reminder of what you can do and what you should do at this conference. So if you have some questions on the virtual conference system, on the planned activities, and any other question, please don't hesitate to ask.